Testing? Testing? Okay, good. Mic works. Okay, so today is Thursday, the 6th of February 2025. Time is 11:05. Okay, should probably turn the music off. Yeah, they should have a stream safe mode, but there we go. Okay, confirm. Right, and then what? So there's no hot seat anymore? Ah well. Okay, so I want to play as every leader, and I want to play every map type as well. I'm just gonna create a list of them all. So okay, leaders. So we got Amina, Ahsoka, not the one from Star Wars. World, okay, and we got Augustus, Benjamin Franklin. Rings a bell. Yeah, the first time I saw Benjamin Franklin was in The Mask with Jim Carrey. Catherine the Great. So she was the leader of Russia. I don't think Benjamin Franklin was. He wasn't president, was he? Okay, I'm not sure what country Amina was from, but it'll probably say in the Civilopedia. And then Ahsoka, he's obviously India. Two types of India there. Augustus, Rome, of course. He's got a month of the year named after him. Yeah, Sextilis was renamed to Augustus, and Quintilis was renamed to July. Charlemagne. So he was that is him before, Holy Roman Emperor. Actually, you know, he looks a bit like the guy from Burger King.
Open your blinds, Pierce, and keep an eye on them. There's no cast on about. I'm going up to be a couple messages.
Okay. Confucius. Yep. That's where education started. So he's Chinese, I think. Frederick. German, of course. I think. Oh wait, that's right. Didn't it say in the trailer for him that he's Prussian? So I think that's like Poland and Belarus. Okay, and then Frederick Oblique. Harry Tubman. That's ships it. So I've got a spreadsheet up here and I'm typing out all the names of the leaders and then all the names of the civilizations, and then want to see all the different world types, like map sizes and different types of world maps. I'll put those in as well, and I will mark each one as I play them. So I want to win a game with each of those. So hopefully there's no problems. Sometimes there's like problems with games after when they're launched. So I know that there's going to be like even without problems, I know that they probably have lots of updates planned for making the game bigger and improving it. So I will have to I will play it as much as possible right now, but I probably will have to come back to it at a later point. So Himiko High Shaman and Himiko Queen of Wa. Friend of, because I think I remember that name Wei from Dynasty Warriors. In Dynasty Warriors, there was Cao Cao, Lu Bu, and what were they called again? Yeah. So there were like three kingdoms fighting each other in like ancient China. Ibn Battuta. Isabella. Yeah. Queen of Spain. Jose Rizal. Lafayette. France. Vive la France. Machiavelli. Select mementos. What's that? Napoleon. Emperor. Napoleon. Revolutionary. Pachacuti. Inca. Tecumseh. for the Shawnee. I love Native Americans, love their whole culture. Whenever I'm in North America, it's like one of the things I always try to do. When I was in Vancouver, I had to go and see the totem poles.
Pierce,
Okay, next we have Trunk Track. Okay, let's read through these actually. So Amina, Warrior Queen of Zazu. Economic, militaristic, +1 resource capacity in cities, +1 gold per age for each resource assigned to cities, +5 combat strength on all units in plains and desert. Mementos, so there's 2 of them, whatever those are. Age unlocks Songhai in the exploration age, unlocks Buganda in the modern age. Osaka, World Conqueror, Devaraja, +1 production for every 5 access happiness in cities, +10% production in settlements not founded by you. Declaring a formal war grants a celebration, +10 combat strength against districts for all units during a celebration. Age unlocks Chola in the exploration age. Chandra Mahasena, Vishwakarma's divine creation, +5 combat strength against fortified districts for all units during the celebration. And then there is Takoba, a traditional Hossa blade, +1 combat strength for all units in plains and desert. Osaka, World Renouncer, diplomatic expansionist, Dhamaraja, +1 food in cities for every 5 access happiness, +10% food in all settlements during a celebration. All buildings gain a +1 happiness adjacency for all improvements. Unlocks Chola in the exploration age. Chakra, turning the wheel, +1 food in capital for every 5 access happiness. Augustus Imperium Maius, cultural expansionist, +2 production in the capital for every town, can purchase culture buildings and towns, +50% gold towards purchasing buildings and towns. Corona Civica, in honour of lives saved, +1 settlement limit per age, but +50% convert to city cost. The first American, Ben Franklin, diplomatic scientific, +1 science per age on production buildings and cities, +50% production towards constructing production buildings, +1 science per age from active endeavours you started or supported. Can have 2 endeavours of the same type active at a time. Unlocks America in the modern age. Bifocals, see distinctly far or near, gain 50 influence after researching attack or civic mastery. Catherine the Great, Star of the North, cultural scientific, +2 culture per age on displayed great works. Buildings with great work slots gain 1 additional slot. Cities settled in tundra gain science equal to 25% of their culture per turn. Unlocks Russia in the modern age. Eagle Banner, Imperial Legacy, cities gain 5% bonus science efficiency per great work they contain, max 25%. Charlemagne, Father of Europe, militaristic, scientific, military and science buildings receive a happiness adjacency for quarters, gain 2 free cavalry units once unlocked when entering a celebration, +5 combat strength for cavalry units during a celebration. Here. Does anybody fancy a burger? Unlocks Norman in the exploration age. Joyeuse, happiness by the slice, +2 happiness per age for every cavalry unit. Confucius, expansionist scientific, +25% growth rate in cities, +2 science from specialists. Unlocks Ming in the exploration age, unlocks King in the modern age. Brush and scroll, wisdom and words, +5% growth rate in cities for every specialist in that city. Hoyen Friedberger Marsh, Frederick Baroque, militaristic, cultural. Gain a great work when you capture a settlement for the first time. Gain an infantry unit when you construct a culture building. Unlocks Prussia in the modern age. Flute, carefree melodies. Culture, +1 culture per age on military buildings. Frederick Obelisk, Berlin Academy. Army commanders start with the merit commendation, granting them +1 command radius. Gain an infantry unit when you construct a science building. Unlocks Prussia in the modern age. Walking stick, cane supported cadence, +1 science per age on military buildings. Harriet Tubman, +100% influence towards initiating espionage actions. Gain 5 war support on all wars declared against you. Units ignore movement penalties from vegetation. Unlocks America in the modern age. Lantern, a guiding light. A migrant appears in the capital whenever you complete an espionage action without being detected. God's wife of Ammon, Hatshepsut, cultural economic, +1 culture for every imported resource. +15% production towards construction buildings and wonders in cities adjacent to navigable rivers. Royal mace, a symbol of authority, +1 gold per age for each imported resource. Himeko High Shaman, Mako of Amaterasu, cultural diplomatic, +2 happiness per age on happiness buildings, +50% production towards constructing happiness buildings, +20% culture, but -10% science, and these effects are doubled while in a celebration. Unlocks Meiji Japan in the modern age. Yada no Kagami represents wisdom, +20%, +20 culture per age at the start of every celebration. Himeko, Queen of Wa, friend of Wei, diplomatic, scientific, Gain a unique endeavour called Friend of Way that can be performed in an alliance to grant you and your ally plus 25% science, plus 4 science per age for every leader you're friendly or helpful with, can support endeavours for free, unlocks Meiji Japan in the modern age. Golden Sealed Stone, gift from an emperor, plus 1 influence per age in scientific buildings. The Marvels of Travelling, Ibn Battuta, expansionist wildcard, gains 2 wildcard attribute points after the first civic in every age, plus 1 sight for all units. Gain a unique endeavour called Trade Maps that allows you to gradually see other leaders' explored area. Unlocks Abbasid in the Exploration Age. Traveller's Sandals, marked by many miles, gain 10 of the corresponding yield whenever you spend an attribute. Isabella, 7 Cities of Gold, expansionist economic. And I think she's a bit anti-Semitic, isn't she? With the whole Inquisition thing. Gain 300 gold every time naval units, minus 1 gold maintenance for naval units. Unlocks Spain in the Exploration Age, unlocks Mexico in the Modern Age. Queen's Jewellery, Royal Regalia, plus 2 gold on Natural Wonders. Jose Rizal, Pam Ban Sang Biani, cultural diplomatic. When gaining rewards from a narrative event, gain an additional 20 culture and gold per age. Has additional narrative events, plus 50% celebration duration, plus 50% happiness towards celebrations. Unlocks Hawaii in the Exploration Age. Forget Me Not, sown by the Traveller, gain 10 happiness per age for completing narrative events. Lafayette, Hero of Two Worlds, cultural diplomatic, gains a unique endeavour called Reform, which grants an additional social policy slot. Supporting this endeavour also grants the other leader an additional policy slot. Plus 1 combat strength for every tradition, but not policy slotted in the government. Plus 2 culture and happiness per age in settlements. These effects are doubled in distant lands. Unlocks French Empire in the Modern Age. Letter to Adrienne, the happiness of all mankind, plus 2 happiness per. Machiavelli, Il Principe, diplomatic, economic. And there, what's he doing rubbing his hands there? He's looking very skeeving there. Looks like he's plotting something. This dude is behaving like a villain or something, the way he's like rubbing his hands and like putting his hand on his chin and everything. Plus 3 influence per age, gains 50 gold per age when your diplomatic action proposals are accepted, or 100 gold when they are rejected. Ignores relationship requirements for declaring formal wars, can levy troops from city-states you are not suzerain of. Discorsi sopra levio, longevity requires renewal, costs opponents 50% more influence to reject your diplomatic actions. Napoleon, Emperor des Français, economic diplomatic, gain a unique sanction called Continental System that reduces the trade route limit of the targeted leader to all other leaders by 1, causes a massive relationship penalty and costs more to reject. +8 gold per age for every leader you're unfriendly or hostile with. Can reject endeavours for free. Unlocks French Empire in the modern age. Portrait of Josephine. You alone rule my heart. +2 gold per age for every leader you're unfriendly or hostile with. Napoleon Revolutionary. La Grande Armée. Militaristic cultural +1 movement for all land units. Defeating an enemy unit provides culture equal to 50% of its combat strength. Unlocks French Empire in the modern age. Artilleryman's gloves. Face cannon fire for the fallen. +1 culture per age for every army commander level. Did he really go outside wearing that thing? It looks like he's wearing pajamas or something. PatrickPearce, Earthshaker, economic expansionist. All buildings receive a +1 food adjacency for mountains. Specialists adjacent to mountains pay no happiness maintenance. Unlocks Inca in the exploration age. Tapa Yauri, symbol of power and prestige. +1 food per age on districts adjacent to mountains. Tekem Civ, Nika Akia Kula Akwi, militaristic diplomatic. +1 food and production per age in settlements for every city-state you're suzerain of. +1 combat strength for all units for every city-state you're suzerain of. Unlocks Shawnee in the exploration age. Unlocks America in the modern age. Unlocks Mexico in the modern age. Pot Skawate, arboreal mortar and pestle. +1 food per age in settlements for each city-state you're suzerain of. Trung Track, Hai Ba Trung, militaristic, scientific. Gain 3 levels for on your first army commander. +20% commander experience. +10% science in cities in tropical. This is doubled while in a formal war you declare. Unlocks Majapahit in the exploration age. KM, rebellious blade. +1 science for every commander level. Xerxes, I think that's how you pronounce the name. King of Kings, crusher of rebellions, economic, militaristic. +3 combat strength for units that are attacking in neutral or enemy territory. Gain 100 culture and gold per age when you capture a settlement for the first time. +10% gold in all settlements. This is doubled in settlements not founded by you. +1 settlement limit per age. Scythian battle axe to guard the throne. +1 gold per age for every commander XP earned. And Xerxes the Achaemenid, Silk Road, cultural, economic. +1 trade route limit with all other leaders. Gain 50 culture and 100 gold per age when you create a trade route or road. +1 culture and gold per age on unique buildings and improvements. Incense sensor, divine intermediary. +2 culture per age for every active trade route. Okay. of Kings. Aka Minute. Okay, and then okay, I'm just gonna have to use Google to find all the different subtypes on their uses and whatever. Okay, Civilization VII, Wikipedia. I thought they would have mentioned all the everything there. Ah, this is more like it. Fandom. Okay. Civilizations. We got Axumite. What does that mean? Alright, so those ones will be added later in the year, okay. Okay, so Hamina is Songhai and Buganda, and then Saka is Chola. Yeah. Augustus is Rome, of course. Franklin is America. Catherine's Russia, of course. Charlemagne, Norman. Confucius, Ming, and King. Frederick, Prussia. Alright, Tubman, America. And I think she's Egypt. Miko, Meiji, Japan. I think they should add Grace O'Malley. Because Grace O'Malley, she's the pirate queen of Mayo, and she used Viking longships. Because you see, the Viking ships were lighter than other ships of the time, and they'd be able to pick them up and carry them over the land, which is what the Vikings actually did in order to reach Persia. So now that those types of ships can go up rivers, I think they should add in that ability as well. Just for they should have like special abilities for some units. Hi, I love your streams, followed you, and would love to connect on Discord. Keep up the great work. Okay, thank you very much. Ibn Battuta, Anox Abbasid, and Isabella, Spain. So you can play as her for Spain and Mexico. Except I'm not sure. I don't think Isabella ever set foot in Mexico. But I could be wrong. And that's so cool that you can play as Hawaii. Hawaii. Jose Rizal. Lafayette. For France. Vive la France. Machiavelli. Machiavelli is Florentine. So he's Italian, but I don't think Italy's in the game. There's Rome, like. It says, alright, so he can play as Greece, Rome, the Normans, Spanish, French, or Russian. Maybe they're gonna add Italy in an update. I mean, they'd have to, wouldn't they? You can't have an Italian and not have Italy in it, like. Okay. Okay, just have to keep checking outside. Yeah, the pigeons are not mine, so they're not my responsibility, but I have to keep watching out over them. Okay, and then So he's part of the Medicis. I remember the first time I saw the Medicis or heard of them was in Assassin's Creed 2, with Ezio, um, and there were fights among the noble families, um, and then the next time was Catherine de Medici. She was in the previous game as the leader of France, the Black Queen. So she was called the Black Queen because of espionage. So that's probably why he can be an option for France. But yeah, since he's Italian, I know that I'd probably want to play it with him as Italy, you know. France and then Inca. Shawnee. America. Mexico. And then Majapahit. And then Persia, right? Okay, there we go. So whenever I play games, I like to try and, you know, do as much as possible with them. So I want to like play as every leader and every civ and do like every map size and map type as well. But most of the time I like you know, playing as whatever, you know, random. So I didn't get the collector's edition, but that coin looked interesting. But you know, you don't really need a coin to you know, do that thing, because that's what D20s are for. So I've got a whole bunch of D20s here. So the red D20 here will represent the military, and then the blue science, the green will represent money, and the purple will represent culture. So I'll I'm not sure what you're supposed to do with that coin. Maybe you're supposed to like spin it at the start, and then you're supposed to try and go for that type of victory, or maybe you're supposed to spin it you know, whenever, every time there's a choice or something. I'm not sure. Okay, so subtypes. So we've got antiquity civilizations, we've got the Axumites, and then the Assyrians will be added in a later update. And then the Carthaginians. So Carthage will be cool. So that they'll probably add in what do you call her? What was her name again? Queen of Carthage. Or they could add in Hannibal. Actually, they haven't put in Hannibal in a while. Yeah, Dido, Queen of Carthage. But she was in it before, wasn't she? Hannibal is. They haven't put Hannibal in the game in like a while, so he will be the one that's probably most likely to come back to represent Carthage. Egyptian. So, Axumites. The Axumites unlocks the Songhai, and the Egyptians unlocks the Abbasid and Songhai. Okay, and then what is up with this? What's up with this web page? It's all over the place. Oh, there. Expand. Much better. Okay, so the Egyptians unlock the Abbasid and Songhai, and then we've got the Greeks. They unlock Norman, Spanish, and Russian. Then we have the Han, which unlocks Ming, Mongolian, and King. Khmer, unlock Chola, Majapahit, and Siamese. Mauryan, unlocks Chola and Majapahit. Okay, next, the Mayans. They unlock Hawaii, Incan, and Mexican. Mississippian. M-I, crooked letter I, crooked letter I, humpback I. Mississippian. So they unlock Hawaiian, Incan, and Shawnee. Okay, and then we got Persians. They unlock Abbasid, Mongolian, and Mughal. And then Roman. They unlock Norman, Spanish, American, French, Imperial, and Prussian. Wow. And then we've got Silla. So that will be added in a later update. Okay. So next, the antiquity. Oh wait, I did the antiquity. Next will be exploration. Okay, exploration civs. We have the Abbasid, which unlocks Buganda and Mughal. Then in a later update there will be Bulgaria, you can play as Chola, which unlocks Mughal and Siamese. Also in a later update is Viet, must be like Vietnam. Hawaiian. And playing as Hawaii unlocks Meiji, Japan. Incan, which unlocks Mexican. What? Incans are South America. Yeah, I believe the Incans were on the other side of Central America, to Mexico. Okay, Majapahit. Playing as Majapahit unlocks Meiji, Japanese. Playing as the Bing unlocks the King. And then playing as the Mongolian. Not Norman Bates, by the way. So the Normans unlock American? What? The Normans unlock the Americans? What? Okay, so Normans unlock the Americans and the French Imperial. You know what, would make more sense if the Normans unlocked, England or France or, even Ireland, because, all the castles here are Norman technology. Yeah, so what predates Ireland is, the Irish, of course, but then the British were here too, and then there was the Normans. That was actually, their name before they were British. So predate the Irish would be Normans and Vikings, but also the Celts. Okay, so next, Shawnee. Playing as the Shawnee unlocks American. and Mexican. Then we got the Songhai. Oh yeah, you gotta have Africa in there. So Songhai unlocks Uganda. Spanish unlocks Mexican. Okay. And then modern civs. Okay, so modern civs, we have American, unlocked by the Romans, Norman, Normans, and Shawnee. And we have the British. Ada Lovelace. Okay. And Burgundian. Unlocked by Abbasid and Songhai. French Imperial. Unlocked by Roman and Norman. Meiji Japanese. Unlocked by Hawaiian and Majapahit. Mexican, unlocked by Maya, Incan, and Shawnee. Oh, and Spanish. Okay, and then Mughal, unlocked by Persian, and Abbasid, and Chula. You know, the Persians have a connection with the Irish, so the Celtic gods and the Persian gods originated from the same. So I think it's Perseus's wife that was the name for that became the name for Ireland, but also the name for Iran. And then Nepal. Oh yeah, I'll have to try and do a city-state challenge. I always like trying to do those. So that's a challenge where you play a game where you only have one city. You're not allowed to have any more than just your starting city. Okay, so Prussian. And that unlocks Roman, or unlocked by the Romans. Okay. And Qajar. King. Unlocked by Han, Ming, and Mongolian. Okay, and then we've got Russian. Unlocked by Greek and Mongolian. And then last, Siamese. Unlocked by Khmer and Chola. Okay, there we go. And then I need to type in probably map sizes and types. There. Right, so leaders. Okay, so we got Ada Lovelace for the British. She'll be added at a later update. We've got Amina, who unlocks Songhai and Buganda. Osaka, World Conqueror, unlocks the Chola. Osaka, World Renouncer, also unlocks the Chola. Then we got Augustus, unlocks none, but he's Rome, of course. Benjamin Franklin unlocks American. Catherine the Great unlocks Russian. Charlemagne unlocks Norman. Confucius unlocks Ming and King. Frederick Baruch unlocks Prussia. Same with Oblique. Then there's Genghis Khan. Oh yeah, I suppose there are some staples in there that have to be included. Yeah, there's some leaders that, you know, they always have to be in like every single game. Genghis Khan is one of them. It's not civilization without Egyptians and Romans and you know, the English as well, and the French, well, a lot of European ones, but yeah, there's some really great historical figures from like Africa and South America and everywhere else too. But yeah, Genghis Khan. Yeah, he always has to be in it.
I'm over to Dennis and keep an eye on them.
Will do. Adios. See you later. Slán go fáil. Sayonara. Right, so Harriet Tubman for the Americans, Hatshepsut for Egypt, Himiko for Meiji Japan, Shaman and Queen of Wa, Ibn Battuta for Abbasid, Isabella for Spain and Mexico, Jose Rizal for Hawaiian, Lafayette for France, Lakshmibai Shmibai. Rani Lakshmibai, born 19th November 1828, died 18th of June 1858. Born Manikarnika Tamb, was Queen Consort of the state of Jhansi within the Maratha Confederacy, who was a leading figure in the Indian Rebellion of 1857 against the British Empire, becoming a symbol of resistance to the people of India. Viva la Resistance! She is a leader in Civilization VII. She is available as DLC within the Right to Rule collection, which will be released sometime between April and September 2025. Whoop whoop. Okay, then we got Machiavelli. Is none. Next none, but yeah. I just put him down as Italy, even though Italy's not in it. But I know they're gonna be added to it eventually, because like you can't have an Italian and not have Italy, right? And you know, they'll probably maybe they'll have him represent, you know, Florentine or yeah. Napoleon for France, Pachacuti for the Inca, Simon Bolivar, he was in the last one for Gran Colombia. He was a Venezuelan general and statesman who liberated much of South America from Spanish control during the Spanish-American Wars of Independence, and afterwards became the first president of Gran Colombia. He is a leader in Civilization VII. It's available as DLC within the Crossroads of the World collection, which will be released in early March 2025. Okay, Simon Bolivar. I'll just put him down as Venezuelan. Until, I know for sure what he'll represent. Okay, so Tekken Civ unlocks Shawnee, American and Mexican. Strong Truck unlocks Magic Pahit, and then Cersei's unlocks none, but he represents Persia. Okay, that's them all. Great. Okay, now hopefully I can get stuck into this thing. Right, so I need to know what difficulty I am, so I'll play in normal difficulty, and if I lose then we'll put it down. Okay, so we'll play as random, and yeah, we want to start in the Antiquity Age. We got Axum, Egypt, Greece, Han, Khmer, Maurya, Maya, Mississippian, Persia, and Rome. All roads lead to Rome, except if you're in Ireland. In that case, all roads lead to Dublin. What? They changed the name of the difficulty? I'm supposed to know what they are then. So deity is the hardest then. That would be hard too. So that would be extreme, very hard, hard. So then governor would be normal then? So easy, normal, hard, very hard, very, very hard, extreme. Continents plus. Okay, so map types. I got continents plus continents. Archipelago. Fractal. Shuffle. Yeah, how comes there's no like little info bubble that appears last time? it seems like there's, even though the game has launched, it feels like there's things missing already. Terra Incognita. And I'm gonna have to look this up. What's the difference between Continents Plus and Continents? The standard option is Continents Plus, which gives you 2 continents to explore and some islands in between them. Continents takes out the islands, while Archipelago makes it so your continents are broken up by islands. Fractal makes the continents more connected and offers less water between them. So, continents then? Continents Plus, because you want a mix of both continents and some islands. Yeah, and they always have to put in like, you know, the maps for the different continents and regions as well. So they'll have to have like North America, Central America, and the Caribbean, South America, Antarctica. That would be a cool one. Both you know, an Antarctica that is pure ice, and an Antarctica that's you know, you know, not all ice. It's all the ice is melted, and you know, it's in a different location. It's in a different climate, you know. So that would be cool. And then yeah, they have to have one for Africa, because Africa is amazing. And then Europe as well, of course, and Asia, and of course Oceania. They'll probably need to have one as like an Arctic type one too. Yeah, that would be cool. And then British Isles, well, UK and Ireland, especially Ireland. Yeah, need a big map of Ireland. Okay, so select the size of the map for the game. So the size of the map also sets how many players you're competing against. So you got tiny. Oh wait, isn't it? Dual was 2, tiny is 4, small is 6, and standard is 8. And then you've got large, which is 10, and huge, which is 12. So yeah, there's only 3 map sizes as well. What's up with that? So I got tiny, small, and standard. Yeah, and then yeah, one of my favorites is Earth and True Earth, especially the huge size. Go with tiny for the moment. Okay, let's go.
The waters flood again, preparing the lands for new growth. Here Egypt will compel the world to behold the wonders it works.
Whoop whoop. I'm playing as Egypt. Or well, what's her name again? Hatshepsut. Okay, let's read this. The waters flood again, preparing the lands for new growth. Here Egypt will compel the world to behold the wonders it works. Hatshepsut. The early 14th century BCE saw Egypt flourish beneath the guiding hand of Hatshepsut. During her long tenure, Hatshepsut expanded Egypt's trading empire, establishing networks and influence in the Mediterranean to the north and the rich land of Punt to the south. Punt, that was Ireland's currency. She channeled the resulting wealth into immense building projects that captured her people's rich heritage, ensuring the power she cultivated for both Egypt and herself would be immortal. Egyptian Empire. Kemet, the fertile band of the Nile floodplain, is the heart of ancient Egypt. Its over 5,000 years of history have been sustained by the river and the life-giving silt that it leaves, building layers of trade, conquest, and the monuments to immortality that were its wonders. Its riches were legendary and tempting. Egypt fell to Persia in 525 BCE, but the Nile still flows. Medjay. Tier 1 Egyptian unique infantry unit has no maintenance, +3 combat strength in friendly territory, doubled when stationed in a settlement zone. Tijati, a great person with one charge, can only be trained in cities with a necropolis, and the specific Tijati received its random. Each Tijati can only be received once. Cost increases per Tijati trained. Mastaba, +3 culture, +1 gold adjacency for desert terrain and wonders. Egyptian unique culture building, ageless. Mortuary temple, +4 gold, +1 happiness adjacency for navigable rivers and wonders. Egyptian unique gold building, ageless. So I think they should have the wonders that you build age as well. So like when you build the pyramids, for example, they should have them appear like, you know, all white and new when they're made. But then as you go to each age, they should, you know, change so that they look as they do today. So you know, the pyramids should look in the modern age as they do right now, and it should be the same with all the other wonders too. Lead your people to greatness. Before you embark on your journey to create an empire that stands the test of time, take a look at some of the fundamental concepts of the latest installment in this series. Once you begin the game, you will see tutorials that will teach you how to play, and expert advisors who will guide your decisions. The Civilopedia will also be available at any time, where you can refer to any of the game's concepts or learn the history behind them. Ages. History is built in layers. A game of Civilization VII consists of multiple ages. Every turn brings you a step closer to the next age. Some important events are a leap forward. Each age presents its own unique gameplay, new challenges, and an opportunity to change your strategy. Your leader remains the same, but at the end of each age, you will choose a new civilization with a different set of abilities and units at your disposal. The legacy you create with each civilization will carry into subsequent ages. Legacy paths and victories. Create a history. Legacy paths are the primary means by which you can create continuity from one age to the next. Every age presents 4 such paths: economic, cultural, scientific, and militaristic. Whether you focus solely on one path or diversify your efforts, the progress you make will grant you unique and powerful abilities in the next age. In the final age, once you complete a legacy path, you will have the opportunity to perform one more decisive feat to seal your victory. Challenges and opportunities. Change is on the horizon. Every game of Civilization VII is its own journey, and as you will see from the following tutorials and advisor messages, there are countless ways to build an empire that stands the test of time. To make the most of your journey, try to remain open to these ideas and be willing to adapt when necessary. Good luck. Remember, you can always open the Civilopedia for more information, and you can revisit this guide at any time via the pause menu. The Dawn of Civilization. Here your journey begins. Raise an empire from humble beginnings to greatness, and write your own version of history. A new home. Greetings, Hatshepsut. With a new vision come the Egyptian people, ready to put down roots in these fertile lands. Your founder has the ability to establish your first city. Press cross to select your founder. Your first city. Your first settlement is sure to thrive near sources of water and abundant resources. This location is well suited to your needs. Order your founder to establish your capital city. Press cross to select the Found Settlement action button located in the unit panel below. Beginnings. Behold Waset, the cultural centre of the Egyptian people. The city and all your future settlements provide your civilization with specific yields: food to feed your people and grow your populace, production to construct special buildings and train units, science to propel your people into the future, and progress to greater things. Production. A settlement generates an amount of production in every game turn. This production can be used for many things, like constructing important new buildings or treating powerful military units. A city should always be producing something. Press triangle to select Choose Production. Choosing production. The city's production panel contains the projects it can currently begin. Currently, you have the option of producing 2 different types of units. The Scout unit can navigate difficult terrain to explore the world, revealing it quickly. The Magi is a military unit that can attack hostile enemies or defend your city from an invasion. Press cross to select one and begin their training. Yeah, we'll have scouts. Turns. Excellent. Training will begin at once. In Civilization, players take turns to make their decisions before advancing. Since there is nothing else to address at this time, press triangle to end your turn. The world. While the lands surrounding your city are visible, the rest of the world remains unrevealed. This is represented by the patterned tiles near the edges of your worldview. Exploring the lands beyond is key to your civilization's survival and prosperity. Exploration. When a unit moves toward the extent of its vision, the lands beyond reveal themselves. Your recently trained scout stands ready to explore the world. A light blue outline represents the extents it can move in a single turn. Press cross to select a destination tile to move your scout toward an unrevealed part of the map. What the? Okay, so we got some cotton over there, and we got ivory, elephants. Yeah, we don't want to make a camp up the elephants because I'd feel bad about killing elephants. I've got some corn. Oh wait, what is that? Jade. So I got some jade. Sagebrush steppe. Can't I like use auto explore or something? Terrain. A unit's movement speed is the maximum number of tiles it can travel in a turn. Most units have a movement speed of 2, but some can move farther. Keep in mind that certain map features like rough terrain or water can consume a unit's remaining moves, ending its movement for the turn. So last time with Civilization VI, there were a lot of issues when it came out, and then it took a while for them to add several updates and improve the game and actually make it like a proper game. And if they're treating this game the same way, then it's going to be the same here as well. It's probably going to take a while, probably at least a year before they actually finish making the game proper. New technologies emerge when people put their minds to solving great problems. Whichever tech you pursue next will determine the tools you have at your disposal to build your civilization. What path will you choose first? It's kind of like so civilization games are kind of like Street Fighter in a way, where right now Street Fighter 6 is out, but whenever they start announcing Street Fighter 7, that's when the Street Fighter 6 is completely finished. So all those years they've spent releasing more characters and whatever, that's by the time they announce the next game, that's when they've completely finished and with the previous one, and the previous one is fully released. So when they announce Civilization 8, that's when the full version of Civilization 7 will be available. Maybe I should have waited a while before playing this. Alright, choose a technology. What technologies you research will determine the tools you have at our disposal, like buildings and military units, as well as the ability to construct incredible wonders of the world. Pressing on technology will show you a detailed description of what it unlocks. Once you've decided what to begin, confirm your tech choice by pressing cross. Yeah, so previously there was no point of having sailing if you're not next to a coast, but now that boats can travel up the rivers, now sailing is something that you could make use of. Okay, so we got sailing, animal husbandry, and pottery. So, do we have any? Oh, we got horses nearby. We'll need animal husbandry for the horses. We'll also need animal husbandry for the elephants. We'll need mining for the jade. And I think that's stone over there. So we'll need mining for any hills and stone. And then we'll probably need, what do you call it? Irrigation for cotton. Okay, so geotechnology. Yeah, animal husbandry doesn't make sense because of the horses nearby. So, economic advisor suggests sailing. Science advisor recommends pottery, and then the military and cultural advisors recommend animal husbandry. And yeah, the reason why there's two there is because of the horses. So horses can be used for to improve our army, but also horses are used in shows and things like that too. So yeah. Technological advancement. Research takes time to complete. That amount of time is equal to the science required divided by the science your civilization generates per turn. Animal husbandry has a science cost of 70. Since we currently generate 10 science per turn, we can expect research to complete in 7 turns. Increasing your science per turn allows you to research new techs faster. Getting ahead of the competition is a wise strategy for success. Continued production. Since the training of your first unit has completed, you are free to choose what to produce next. New choices. You now have the ability to construct a building in your city. Buildings provide additional yields and effects to the city where they reside. You have the choice to start building a granary now, or you can train a second unit. Either choice is good. Yeah, I think I'll just do the one playthrough of Civilization VII, and then maybe come back to it at a later point when the game is more full. Might be a good idea to maybe try playing all of the civs back to back, so we can do like a comparison type thing. Okay, so we got Medjay, Scout, and Granary. So yeah, let's feed the people. When constructing a new building, you must choose a placement location. Buildings can be placed in an urban district with an empty slot, represented by the dark green colour, or you may annex a new urban district tile represented in light green colour by placing it there. Yellow tiles contain existing rural population and their improvements. Placing a building on these tiles is possible, but will replace the improvement. Red tiles, such as resources or mountains, cannot be built upon. Discoveries. Exploration has revealed a luxurious encampment, one of many discoveries that can be found in the world. Closer inspection grants a hidden benefit or opportunity. Try moving one of your units there to see what it provides. Okay, so I think we'll build the granary on that desert tile there. Yep, I want to see the Civilopedia. Ooh, this is more like it. Okay, so let's let's have some info on who we're playing as. Okay, Hatshepsut, God's wife of Ammon, +1 culture for every imported resource, plus 15% production towards constructing buildings and wonders in cities adjacent to navigable rivers. Horus, the bright god reborn into this person you see before you. Horus, who is Hatshepsut, all that surrounds the sun works for me. Do you? Historical context. Hatshepsut ruled in the early part of the 15th century BCE during Egypt's New Kingdom. She is notable for being a queen, though many of her statues depicted her as a man, likely or for religious reasons, and for embarking on an aggressive building spree around the capital of Thebes. The historical timeline is difficult to fathom. By the time Hatshepsut ascended to power, the pyramids were already 1,000 years old. It would be another 700 years until the Greek Golden Age, and 1,500 years before Cleopatra and the height of the Roman Empire. Elsewhere, China's first dynasties had not yet been formed. Hatshepsut is as close to the pyramids as we are to the Viking Age. Nonetheless, we remember her. She was the first great woman of history, with the caveat that many great people came and went without record. The New Kingdom emerged after a period of war and decline and was in an era of international reconnection. This was at a time of colossal statues, not pyramid building, as that age had passed, of tombs in hidden canyons, of kings and other nobles, hunting captive animals taken from the African wilderness. Scribes wrote on astrology and magic, medicine and science. These scholars could be male or female. Farmers depended upon the Nile, and labourers, not slaves, worked in the cities. We have an impression of Egyptian monuments and cities composed entirely of sand-coloured stone, but the outsides of temples and palaces were painted bright white, while their insides were brilliant yellow and green. Hatshepsut is considered the most influential queen of Egypt, not the first or the most famous, the latter may be Cleopatra, but one with a profound legacy of construction and consolidation of power. She turned her attention away from military exploits and towards construction closer to home, ushering forth a period of artistic and architectural innovation. She was the oldest daughter of Thutmose I and married her brother Thutmose II. Marrying your brother, that is one way of keeping it in the family, as was customary amongst Egyptian royalty. When Thutmose II died, Hatshepsut remained on the throne as a regent for her infant stepson, Thutmose III. Well, that's nice. So her children are her nephews and nieces as well. That's interesting. The son of Thutmose and a minor wife as Hatshepsut only had a daughter. However, she swept past the bounds of a normal regent and declared herself pharaoh. Her reasons for this power grab are unknown, but might be related to her ambition or an unknown political crisis. Hatshepsut's rule was politically interesting. The infant Thutmose III was promoted to pharaoh. Afterward, Hatshepsut claimed the title of co-ruler, becoming the younger king in a partnership with her stepson, though she wielded most of the practical power. Her rule as a woman was not unusual. Kings' mothers often ruled when their children were too young. Historian Anne Macy Roth suggests that women ruled Egypt for about half of the 70 years preceding Hatshepsut. However, her claim to be a pharaoh, Horus Reborn, was unusual. Hatshepsut's first major achievement was the expansion of trade. Her second achievement was a vast period of construction. At the time, Egypt faced the ruins of the Hyksos invasion, a movement of people from the Near East into Egypt. Hatshepsut sought to rebuild the temples the invaders had destroyed. In so doing, she commissioned an enormous amount of sculpture. Sadly, much of it was later destroyed by those seeking to erase her legacy. The temple at Deir el-Bahari seems to be her crowning achievement, a vast colonnade with a sweeping entrance staircase. After the preceding period of ruin, these construction projects propped up Hatshepsut's legitimacy. With Egypt still reeling from war and her non-standard lineage, the queen needed to double down on any claim to godly heritage. Her declarations of godhood were as politically calculated as they were religious. The child Thutmose III would not look fondly on his mother's actions. After her death, he sought to erase her legacy. Thus, archaeologists found many of her statues in a great pile of smashed art, a waistbit of Thutmose III's design. These statues are interesting for several reasons. Kings were the embodiment of Horus, a male god, so when Hatshepsut claimed the mantle of king, she needed to become male, at least symbiotically, and many of her statues were changed from female to male. At the same time, many of Hatshepsut's male relatives and contacts began to use female pronouns to better align with her. Hatshepsut died at 50 of cancer and diabetes. She was buried in the Valley of the Kings, and her mummy is currently in the Egyptian Museum in Cairo. Interesting. Now, what about... I think these are just leaders. Yep. Yeah, Egypt. Okay, gifts of Osiris. +1 production on navigable rivers, +30% production towards constructing the pyramids. Yeah, we need to get on that. Traits: unique unit Medjay, unique unit Tejadi, and unique quarter Necropolis, unique building Mastaba, and mortuary temple. Any text on early civilization is likely to evoke Egypt. The notion of time regarding Egyptian history is astounding. For instance, the Great Pyramid of Giza was already 2,600 years old by the time of the Roman Empire, meaning Cleopatra and Caesar were closer to our own time than those who laid the pyramid stones. Even 2 millennia after the pyramid's construction, the Egyptian kingdom still flourished, and the names of its gods, Horus and Amun-Ra, were still spoken. Will we say the same for our civilization 2,000 years hence? To its inhabitants, Egypt was Kemet, the Black Land. Its modern name, Egypt, comes from the Greek Egyptos. The link between the kingdom and the Black Land points to Egypt's dependence on the Nile River. During the yearly flood, waters rise to a certain level, carrying rich silt and moisture onto the desolate Saharan ground. The line between black alluvial soil and unfertile red soil underlines how the Egyptians viewed themselves, the rich black land as opposed to the red desolation. Indeed, this dependence on the Nile resounds throughout Egyptian mythology. Ra, the god of the sun, shines upon the gifts of Hapi, the god/goddess of the Nile's flood, and Horus, the god of kings, rules over that. Life and death and rebirth exist in an endless cycle that is both ever-changing and timeless. The ethnic origins of the Egyptians has been a politically fraught question for some time. Colonizers had a vested interest in asserting Egypt's split from the local population in a strategy to assert authority over the land. However, the Egyptians were clearly from Egypt, and genetic analysis links ancient Egyptians most strongly to the peoples of the Middle Eastern Mediterranean coast. To cover Egypt's history, we have to speak of very different times, nearly 7,000 years ago. Egypt changed a lot during that period. Petroglyphs across the Sahara region reveal a different climate, one that is lusher than the present, where parts of the desert functioned more like a savanna. The Neolithic tribes who settled Egypt were master farmers and traders, importing obsidian microplates from Ethiopia to use in early sickles, making use of the rich Egyptian soil. After the Sahara dried, Neolithic people started to form communities in the fertile river valleys, centered around the mass production of grain. People developed bronze working, combining copper with tin or arsenic to make tools. Iron did not arrive until Roman times. Religion suffused Egypt. Vitality came from the land, from the river, embodied in Hapi, the god of the flood. The pharaoh regnant, embodied in Horus, the light of the sun, embodied in Amun-Ra. The judgment of the dead by the scales of Anubis, and the resurrection of the pharaoh as Osiris, the reborn god. As with any religious system that spans thousands of years, differences emerge. Osiris did not become a significant deity until the Middle Kingdom, and later pharaohs experimented with new divinities and even monotheism. Akhenaten sought to implement a monotheist worship of the god Aten. Egypt's written history begins around 5,000 years ago with Menes, which aptly means he who endures. According to myth, Menes accepted the crown directly from the falcon-headed god Horus. This was still not the centralized old kingdom of pyramids and sphinxes. For that, one has to advance another half-century to the reign of Djoser, the likely founder of the Old Kingdom. Djoser, or more likely his vizier, Imhotep, piled stone. Imhotep, remember him from The Mummy? Piled stone mastaba tombs one upon another, beginning the tradition of pyramid building, which would see its height during the reign of later pharaohs. Khufu was paramount among these rulers, as he was the builder of the Great Pyramid at Giza. Khufu, I remember him. I often played as him in a video game called Atmosphere. It's this like little video game where there's like a cassette. Well, it's a VCR tape, and you put the tape in and you play the video game, and it's a board game that's a video game as well. So all the players sit around, and the board is in front of a television, and then there's this creepy dude that comes up on the screen called the gatekeeper, and he acts as basically another player. So everyone has to try and basically someone has to try and win the game before the time is up, and the gatekeeper, you have to, every time he comes up on the screen, you're not allowed to play. You have to stop what you're doing, so yeah, you're only allowed to play when he's not talking or showing himself on the screen, and he does this like so he disappears, and then you see a timer, but then every time you hear him or see him, you have to stop what you're doing. So it kind of throws you off to try and make him win, you know. So one of the there's like 6 different pieces you can play as. There's Samedi, there's Khufu, and then I forget the other 4, but yeah, it was a great game. And but when you start, you have to like you get an atmosphere card for each player, and you write down your fear, and then you put it back on the in the middle, and you shuffle them, and when you get to to win, you have to go round in a circle and collect like so many collectibles basically, and then once you get all 6 or whatever, you have to try and make it to the middle and lift a card. But if the card is your fear, then you have to go back to the start, and if the card isn't your fear, then you win. So yeah, it's a great game. The Old Kingdom fell around 2100 BCE for reasons that may have been political, environmental, or both. Regardless, a period of decentralization followed. In these intermediate periods, Egypt seemed to decline, but this was simply a decline of kings, as the Egyptian people likely went back to some kind of municipal rule, focusing the kingdom's colossal powers on improving the lives of living subjects rather than the ambitions of rebirth for its elite. The most jarring split may have come during the invasion of the Hyksos, a people from the Near East who established a foreign dynasty during the Middle Kingdom. But within a few generations, the Hyksos had adopted Egyptian culture to the point that the invaders became indistinguishable from the invaded. During the New Kingdom, 1550 to 1070 BCE, Egypt's might peaked. At this point, pyramid building had long since passed, but the massive architecture of Ramesses eclipsed these structures. The statues of the god king in Thebes and Memphis displayed the magnificence and wealth of the time, which continued into the reign of Ramesses' descendant, the pharaoh queen Hatshepsut. A lot of time when people invade another people, they usually end up becoming those people. So like when the English sent people over to invade and replace the Irish, a lot of the people that went over actually ended up becoming more Irish than the Irish themselves. And then so that actually happened every single time. So yeah. This was the last golden age of a kingdom that had shone brightly for a long time. You see, the thing is that when most people invade another people, they don't want to, kill everybody off, because if they do that, then they can't really. You can't rule over people if there's nothing to rule over, So most empires and invaders, when they invade people, they don't want to kill everybody, because then they have no slaves, right? So they want to keep those people, because people are a resource, even if they're like your enemies, right? So a lot of empires and invaders would keep people alive to use them as like servants, and they're eventually their rule comes to an end, because that's how power works. People who crave power, there's they're never satisfied with how much power that they have. They're always craving more, and that's ultimately what led to the fall of pretty much every civilization or every empire. Because Rome, for example, they had so much power that they had to split their empire up in half, and then in order to try and manage it. So when you're in a position of power, any position of power, you have two types of enemies. You have the enemies that you're pointing the blame at, which are usually people who have nothing to do with it, and then you have enemies that are from within, because in a position of power you have your own allies who want to replace you with someone else, so like in every country where there were monarchies, there were like tons of like assassinations or assassination attempts, because there was someone that wanted the throne and the crown for themselves. Okay, so this was the last golden age of a kingdom that had shone brightly for a long time. In later years, powers such as Assyria, Persia, and eventually Greece and Rome conquered Egypt. However, the region was never a backwater and became one of the most prized possessions for any empire, largely owing its rich grain sources. When Rome took the region, its riches flowed directly into imperial coffers, making figures like Augustus wealthy in ways they could not achieve from European land holdings alone. Around 640 CE, the Rashidun Caliphate made the final end to ancient Egypt, although centuries of Roman, Greek, and Byzantine rule had already altered it. Today, Egypt remains one of the most iconic empires of the ancient world, its immense ruins a testament to the legacy and ingenuity of its people. Cool. Now, is there still history on resources? I don't think I'll read the whole history of like bananas or anything. Seriously, there's history on desert. What? Yeah, there's no way I'm gonna read all that. Oh yeah, the redwoods. I'd love to go there. That's where, for me, redwood forest is not redwood forest. It's Endor. It's Endor from Star Wars. Oh, Uluru. I'd love to see that place too. Yeah, the English called it Ayers Rock, didn't they? Whenever That's one thing I don't like about people who discover landmarks. They're like, oh look, there's a big rock in the middle of a big unique rock in the middle of Australia. Let's call since I discovered it, we'll call it Ayers Rock. And I was like, yeah, that. No, Uluru is much better. The indigenous names are always better because they're already unique. Yeah. Yeah, history of resources. That's one thing I love about Civilization games is they put in so much information. It's amazing. Kaolin, what's that? Kaolin refers to a fine white clay used today in a variety of ways as a glaze on paper, as a whitener, in cosmetics or in paint. The word is unfamiliar to many, but its primary historical form is not. Porcelain, a hard, at times translucent pottery fired at extremely high temperatures. Porcelain was one of the earliest trade products from Asia, especially China, to Europe, and its lightness, hardness, delicacy, and colour was a marker of prestige and refinement for those who could afford it. Attempts to replicate Chinese and later Korean and Japanese porcelain involved a fair degree of espionage and stealth until 1710. Production began in what is now Germany. Yeah. Even though it looks like there's a lot of resources, I noticed that there's a lot missing from the previous games. So, yeah, as I suspected, this game will probably have lots of updates before it's got everything in it. Again, that's the only bad thing. Civilization games have that connection with Street Fighter games, and that the full game isn't actually available until they announce the next game. Ooh, Hell Forts. We have those. Actually, they don't look like that. Although initially developed by the Celtic peoples of Central Europe, the most famous hill forts are found in the British Isles and largely date to the Iron Age. We have several hill forts. Some of them actually do kind of look like that, but then there's others that don't look like that at all. Megalith. Now we're talking. So they must have paid a visit to Navan Fort then. Yeah. We have a megalithic tomb that is older than the pyramids. a megalith from the Greek megas, large, and lithos, a stone, is a prehistoric structure made from one or more huge boulders. Common types of megaliths include a single standing stone, such as the menhir or monolith, dolmens. Oh yeah, we've got lots of those all over Ireland. So the dolmens are they are portals that are. So the dolmens act as portals between our world and the spirit world, and they allow ghosts to travel freely between the different realms. Common types of megaliths include a single standing stone, such as the menhir or monolith. Dolmens made of two upright stones supporting a third horizontal stone to look like a table, or more complex formations such as stone circles and cyclopean walls. These creations are found across the world. In ages of limited technology, they would have required significant communal cooperation to move and configure. Some megaliths contain burials, while others likely hosted religious or social rituals. Nevertheless, the exact purpose of many megaliths remains unknown, lost to the passage of millennia. Exact purpose? Are you kidding? It's not. Their exact purpose does not remain unknown. So a lot of the megaliths. Well, some of them were designed to celebrate specific times of the year. So in Ireland, some of these were built so that when the sun would come up on specific days, the light from the sunrise would only shine through a gap in the building on that morning. So they're extremely precise. So there's some that were designed to celebrate Samhain, which is called Halloween, and then others were designed for like spring, summer, and winter, and for the solstices and for the equinoxes, but also for the celebrations of certain days in the year, which is Samhain and Imbok's Day, Brige's Day, and Baltian, and Lunasa. So basically there were the ancient Celts, they were their religion was based on nature, so their calendar was more precise than our calendar, and you can see that from the way that the structures they made were created, because so some of those megalithic structures were designed to celebrate certain days, and the solstices, they still represent both the shortest and the longest days in the year, as in light. Doesn't seem like there's a whole lot, and there's a lot, but not as much as before, Gate of all nations. What the frick is that? feel like they... I feel like I want to play Civilization VI instead. Okay, there we go. Okay. So, next turn. Population. Thanks to the amount of food your city has generated, it has grown in population. Select Grow City to continue. Grow City. When a city grows, it can expand into an adjacent tile, gaining the yields it offers. When your settlement's people move to this tile, they'll create an improvement, a rural structure for them to work and live in. Tiles with high yields and tiles containing resources are an obvious choice, but specific yield type may better suit your strategy. Choose where you would like to expand first. Where would I like to expand? Well, I think those horses will become extremely useful. So yeah, I'll move towards them. And we're moving along the river too there, so that's perfect. Among her sundries, a merchant has long held an assortment of texts in an unusual script. Wary of what they might say, she offers them attempt to translate the strange text, which is unavailable, or give the strange text to a scholar for study.
Close to the western summit, there is the dried and frozen carcass of a leopard. No one has explained what the leopard was seeking at that altitude.
Mount Kilimanjaro. Very nice. I don't think it has Wi-Fi on the top. Natural wonder discovered. Your civilization has discovered the natural wonder Mount Kilimanjaro. Independent villages. You've discovered a village called Anura Dapura, which appears to be friendly. The village could potentially be a strong ally with the right amount of persuasion, but it could also prove a threat to your civilization. Independent villages can have different attitudes toward others, friendly, neutral, or hostile. Once you have found a village, you can use influence to begin diplomatic actions, such as befriend independents to improve your relationship with them. Okay. Wait a second, was Anura Batura a thing? Let's see.
Yeah, there's some sacks, Pierce. Oh, that punt.
Thank you. So there's no info on the independents this time. Okay, you know what? I'll just Google it. Because I want to know if Anura de Batura is a thing. So, Anura da Pura? Okay, Anura de Pura. Anura da Pura is a major city located in the north central plain of Sri Lanka. It is the capital city of North Central Province and capital of Anuradhapura district. The city lies 205 kilometres north of the current capital of Colombo in the North Central Province on the banks of the historic Malwathu Oya. Well, that's nice. Right. Why is it moving weird? Grow the city. Picking this tile will give you a fishing boat. Picking this tile will give you a farm. Picking this tile will give you a farm. Picking this tile will give you a clay pit. That would be handy. Picking this tile will give you a woodcutter. And the posture, oh yeah. Recent expansion has allowed you to improve a horse's resource. Resources grant bonuses or abilities to the city that holds the resource or to your entire civilization. Horses has this effect. Cavalry units gain +1 combat strength and an additional +1s against infantry units. This is an empire resource, so it affects your entire civilization. Remember, buildings cannot be placed atop resources, so growing atop them is always a great idea. Okay, next turn.
The caged bird watches butterflies with envy.
Well, if a caged bird is watching butterflies, it probably wants to eat them. Not that they're envious. Kobayashi, Isa. Cool. Oh. Maybe this is what the challenge coin was for. Building your legacy. Civilizations are remembered for their accomplishments and the paths they take through history. Some spread their accomplishments across a wide range, while others are devoted to a single cause. Your advisors are at your service to guide you on the path of your choice. Like any great leader, you may change your mind at any time. Now, choose where to focus the efforts of the Egyptian people. Economic advisor. Trade is the lifeblood of our people and gold the foundation of our dreams. Military advisor. Security is our only path. Strike swiftly and build our empire to see a new dawn. Cultural advisor. Only great monuments of beauty and inspiration can lift our people out of darkness. Science advisor. Knowledge remakes the world. We should be the ones doing the making. Okay, so I've got 4 d20s and a dice tower and some felt, so I'm going to use all 4 of them to decide which one to pick. So I'm going to drop all 4 of them into the dice tower at the same time. Whichever one gets the highest number is what we're going with. Okay, so we got red is that 16 or 18? 18. Purple is 18, blue is 19, and green is 8. So not economic and not cultural and not military. We're going with science. Blue wins. Legacy path. Science advisor. Research and acquire technological knowledge to become the most advanced civilization in the world. Your science advisor is here to guide you in this path if you wish. Note that you can change paths at any time. Legacy path. A great library. 1. The world contains innumerable mysteries waiting to be discovered, and I, your humble science advisor, intend to show you the way. Let us begin by devising a way to record our very thoughts. Such records would not only allow us to hold a mirror up to nature, but to harness its power and reshape the world. Objective research writing, the first steps towards establishing a great library, science legacy of the antiquity age. Remember, legacies improve your performance in later ages, but you can choose to pursue one, multiple, or none at all. Okay. You can check your current track goals and objectives at a glance in your Civilization journal. Checking your overall legacy progress as well as other legacy paths can be viewed in the Age Progress panel. Press R1 to access the radial menu and select the Age Progress icon. Next step. I am your culture advisor, an expert on arts, philosophy, and all other things worth thinking about. We have the opportunity to build a unique feat of engineering and artistry, a wonder making us the object of envy of all our neighbours. Who has need to conquer cities when you can conquer hearts? Wonders of the Ancient World. Pax Imperatoria. Great Library. Silk Roads. Display 10 codices in your empire. The world contains innumerable mysteries waiting to be discovered, and I, your humble science advisor, intend to show you the way. Let us begin by devising a way to record our very thoughts. Such records will not only allow us to hold a mirror up to nature, but to harness its power and reshape the world. Objective research writing, the first step towards establishing a great library, science legacy of the antiquity age. Remember, legacies improve your performance in later ages, but you can choose to pursue one, multiple, or none at all. Research writing. Okay, so we need to get writing. So we'll need to focus on science then. So pottery. Foreign leaders, you have just met Jose Rizal. Good diplomatic relationships with other leaders can yield powerful benefits for your civilization, but they are also your main rivals in achieving victory. Before starting diplomatic relations with other leaders and their people, we should greet them. You can give a friendly, neutral, or hostile greeting. The choice is yours. Warehouse buildings. A granary has been built in Wasset. The granary is a special type of building called a warehouse, which grows more efficient when its correlating improvements, such as farms or mines, are present in the settlement. New civics revealed. We have revealed a new civics tree, Egyptian civics. I'm Jose Rizal, poet, painter, revolutionary. First meet. Friendly greeting reveals the capital of either leader. If nearby, neither capital will be revealed. plus 20 relationship. Neutral greeting, no reputation change. Hostile greeting, minus 20 relationship. Nice to meet you. Diplomacy. Here you can interact with another leader and see information about them, such as their civilization, agenda, your relationship with them, diplomatic actions. You can start with them, and information. To open this screen for a leader, simply select their leader portrait. A variety of sources can affect your relationship with another leader, including diplomatic actions, world events such as settling too close to their capital, and their unique agenda. A helpful relationship can lead to an alliance, and a hostile relationship is more likely to lead to war. Keep in mind that the other leader can also affect your relationship in the same ways, so it is prudent to keep an eye on it from time to time. Diplomatic actions. You can start a variety of diplomatic actions with another leader by spending influence. These actions can have a variety of effects and generally last for a fixed period of time. They include endeavours, which are helpful to both you and increase your relationship, sanctions, which are harmful to the other leader and decrease your relationship, espionage actions, which are generally hidden from the other leader. Yeah, we don't want to declare war. Unless we have a reason to. Diplomatic actions. All diplomatic actions except espionage and sanctions will require the other leader to give a response, which may have an influence cost. They include support, which is exclusive to endeavours and can grant more powerful effects at the cost of influence. Accept, which is the default free option. Reject, which cancels the action at the cost of some influence. Choose civic. Each civic unlocks new social policies as well as unique effects that benefit your civilization. Once you've decided what to study first, press cross to select the civic to begin. Okay, so we got Skills of Anubis, which is cultural. Arrival of Happy, which is economic. Discipline, which is military. And mysticism, that would be religious. Okay, so we've got 4 options there. So I'll use 4 dice then to decide. So we'll need red, purple, green, red, and white. So the white will represent the religious one there. Okay, green 11, purple 18, white 11, and red 2. So, Scales of Anubis. Ranged combat. Ranged units like the Slinger have the ability to attack from more than one tile away from their target. Additionally, the defender does not have the opportunity to retaliate. It is a wise strategy to order your ranged units to attack first, damaging and weakening the enemy before sending your melee units in to attack the target. Okay. So I got 4 options to make. Military advisor suggests saw pit. Economic advisor recommends the scout, and a military advisor also recommends a Medjay. Okay, so I'll use the green and red dice to decide which advisor to go with, and if the red one wins, I'll roll again to decide with the red to decide which one to go with. So green 2, red 18. So I'll use the red again. So between 1 and 10 will be saw pit, and between 11 and 20 will be the Medjay. 16, so Medjay. Governments. You will need to establish a government before you can enact social policies. Each form of government has its own unique effects. Choose your government now. The government would never lie to us, honey. We can trust the government. Okay, so classical republic, despotism, or oligarchy. No recommendations here. So let's see. So there's 3 options. You know what? I'll use the black D20 to decide this one. So between 1 and 6 will be classical republic. Between 7 and 12 will be despotism, and between 13 and 18 will be oligarchy. 19 and 20 will roll again. Okay, so 20 will gain, and 13, so oligarchy. Oh wait, it says there. So culture, science, and food. So yeah, we're focusing on science. Because we'll have to try and build the Great Library. Social policies. Under your new government, you may enact a social policy. Complete civics throughout the age to earn more policies to enact. Choose your first social policy. Okay, so we've got charismatic leader, tool making, and tool making, science. Have to focus on science. You can adapt your civilization strategies by swapping social policies. If you want to swap a policy, you will need to research a civic. Beyond the bronze mirror, Hatshepsut gazes into the bronze mirror as an attendant traces her eyes with coal. She does not look at her reflection, but beyond. The lands are as yet few in people, but abundant in possibility. Her mind reaches forward towards. Train a merchant, a network of trade spanning the known world. Build 2 monuments, turning her city's raw stone into monuments to her majesty. Conquest, +1 Medjay. Okay, so that's green for green, purple, and red. So red 3, green 9, purple 13. So we're going with this one. Build 2 monuments. grow the city. What the? Okay, so the game moves weird sometimes. Why is it doing that? Okay, what color farm? Mine? Ooh. Yeah, so getting that jade would make people happy. And there's a lot of corn in this area. Clay pit. Okay, so I should probably go on one that has the most things. So let's see. 4. So this one. So I'll get happiness, money, production, and food. Improvements. When you direct your people to live on a rural tile, they create a structure to work the land called an improvement. Some policies, unique abilities, and even buildings can further improve improvement yields. Jose Rizal is requesting that you open your borders to them. Open your borders to them. +2 gold per turn. Or reject cancels the diplomatic action. Jose Rizal's influence is refunded. No new endeavours between leaders for 10 turns. Relationships worsen. Won't say no to more money. Open Borders endeavour has started. Another civilization wants you to open your borders for 15 turns. Okay. Can I spend the money to buy stuff like before? To get things faster? Okay, whatever. You've met a new civilization. I am Asaka.
संसार के मध्य बिंदु के एगो महान राजा और एगो महान पापी.
I'm Asaka, the great king, at the center of the world and profound sinner. Sorry, I'm not a priest, so yeah, you'll need to go someplace else for your confessions. Okay, might as well say hello. Hello. Okay, settlers, you now have the opportunity to train a settler unit. These units can find new towns, an essential part of your civilization's growth. Oh yeah, there we go, purchase. How much is that? 220. Okay, so once we get to over 200 gold, we'll come back there. Oh wait. Oh, don't even know what I'm doing here. Yep, defend. How do you open up the... Yep. It's a triangle. Yep, so settler. Yep, we need lots of cities if we want to stand a chance of winning. Osaka World Renouncer is inviting you to start a local festival together. Support +3 per turn in cities for both leaders. Accept +2 per turn. Osaka World Renouncer receives +2 per happiness per turn in cities. Reject blocked from future projects for 10 turns. Relationships worsen. So if I accept, it's +2 diplomacy and +2 influence and happiness per turn. So that's +4 in total. If I support, then it's +3 happiness per turn in cities for both leaders. So support or accept.
All are made of clay.
Choose a technology. Oh, writing. cultural exchange, +6 per turn for both leaders. If I support it, or accept for +2 per turn, to result receives +4 per turn. We'll support. Expand. Your new settler is ready to expand the reach of the Egyptian civilization with a new settlement. As with the first, look for fertile land with good yields and close access to water. Okay, so economic or military. Military. So saw pit or slinger. 9 saw pit. Soccer World Manager is requesting that you open your borders to them. Sure.
The god Anubis said, "Pass thou, for thou knowest the names."
Unique building. You can now build the mastaba, a unique building. This building is unique to the Egyptian civilization and has special bonuses. You can unlock another unique building by continuing to study the Egypt civic tree, but put both in the same district to create a unique quarter and unlock even more special bonuses. The Egyptian unique quarter, the necropolis, grants the following effect on completion. Egyptian unique quarter, created by constructing the mastaba and mortuary temple in the same district. It grants 100 gold on standard speed when any wonder is completed in the city. Your treasury. Your civilization accumulates wealth in the form of gold, which is generated every turn from various sources, including buildings, resources and land improvements, as well as civic policies and trades. Gold is a very powerful resource which can be used to purchase things instantly that would normally require time and production to obtain. However, keep in mind that most buildings and units have a gold maintenance cost, which is subtracted from your treasury each turn. Maintaining a positive gold income is important. Attendants cheer as the veil falls away. A passing likeness. Attendants cheer as the veil falls away from an enormous portrait. This is a brilliant likeness of you. An august advisor exults, a celebration of your generosity in the leading style. The smile seems more an uncanny leer, but no one else seems unsettled by it. Hang this portrait in a place of honour for culture. Destroy the insult with economic, or pay to have it redone. So okay, so purple, green and red. So red 12, purple 10, green 15. So destroy the insult. Choose a civic, arrival of happy, discipline or mysticism. So that's purple, red and green. 15 for green and purple, and red 5. I'll take the red one out and re-roll the green and purple. Green 15, purple 14. So arrival of happy. Actually, maybe that spot would be good because it's next to that little river there. And then there's gypsum there. purple 12, red 18. So brickyard or slinger. 4, so brickyard. I think we should stay away from the warriors.
The spoken word conquers all thought, but the written word commands it.
Legacy Path, Great Library 2. Some technologies with knowledge of writing, our dreams are as real as lines in the sand, but also as fragile. Whatever we choose to record, we must ensure it lives on for all time. Let us set our discoveries down in a codex, and civics will have a second, more advanced tier that can be researched once the base version is complete. These advanced texts and civics will award you with a codex of knowledge that can be placed inside of a library. Next objective, library, and earn a codex by completing research and writing 2. As stone by stone, as Egypt prospers, the arts flourish, and small workshops start to capture daily life in clay and dye. A royal architect unveils a new method of dealing with stone that stuns the local creatives, but nonetheless will demand much of their labour. Build the architect's monuments or invest in local workshops. Well, you have to focus on science, so we'll pick this one. Okay, available technologies, masonry, irrigation, writing 2, or sailing writing. Relationships, agendas. It looks like your relationship with Osaka, world renouncer, has changed due to their agenda. Remember, you may not need to directly communicate with another leader for your relationship to strengthen or deteriorate. You can check their profile to view more information on the status of your relationship and their agenda. The agenda of Osaka, world renouncer, has changed your relationship. The agenda of Osaka, world renouncer, has changed your relationship. Weird. It's weird that it says it twice. expansion. Your people have made a new home, providing you with your first town. Like a city, food from this settlement allows you to expand into nearby tiles. However, buildings and units in towns can only be purchased with gold. You can also spend gold to turn a town into a full-fledged city, though the gold cost is greater the more cities you have in your civilization and decreases as a town grows. Okay. Resource screen. The resource screen is where you view and manage the resources you've acquired via improvements and trade routes. At the top are your empire resources, which affect your entire civilization. On the left are your unassigned city and bonus resources. On the right are your settlements and the resources assigned to them. To assign a resource, select one from the left, then select an empty slot in the desired settlement. City resources can only be assigned to cities, but bonus resources can be assigned to either towns or cities. Wonders of the world. You can now build Great Steel, a world wonder. Wonders are special buildings that grant unique abilities and strong yields, but occupy an entire tile in a settlement. Some wonders require specific terrain or natural features to be built, and they occupy an entire tile in a settlement. Only one of each wonder can exist in the world, so the first civilization to complete construction keeps the wonder. Consider building wonders that match your playstyle. Okay, so we're trying to focus on science, so we'll probably build a library. So, should place it with the most flasks. Low happiness. The jet is brimming with discontent, and productivity is flagging. We should assign happiness resources, station a commander in the settlement, or invest in happiness infrastructure here. With trust and confidence in your rule, gold will flow once more. Remember, as the jet is a town, it will not be able to produce anything. Instead, its production is converted into gold. You'll have to convert the jet to a city in order to produce items here. So how do we convert it to a city? Town's growth and economy. The town of Djet has truly begun to establish itself as a home for the Egyptian people. Towns are critical for your economy as their production is converted to gold. You can spend gold to upgrade a town or a city, though there are trade-offs. The upgrade cost decreases the more populous the town becomes, but as a city it won't bring in as much gold as before. Consider keeping Djet a town for now so that it can adopt a focus later. Congratulations, celebrations. Because you have maintained your people's happiness well, they've decided to have a celebration in your honour. Celebrations are periods of time when your people are more productive, and it's up to you where they direct this new energy. Keep an eye on the duration, as celebrations do not last forever. Well, they're probably celebrating because of the extra food from the farm I placed there. We love the Tyrant Day. Social policy slot unlocked. Despotism. Your government grants you a choice between these effects during a celebration. Choose one bonus for the next 10 turns. Yeah, we need to focus on science. Charismatic leader or riches of the Duat. Travels in the underworld. The sky darkens as Ra enters the Duat, and two students, illuminated by firelight, debate his route. One declares that at this very moment the sun god wanders the paths of Sakir as a distant rumble sounds from the west. His friend disagrees, acting out Ra's battle with Apep. Map the realm of Sakir or burn an effigy of Apep. So, what do you want to go with? So, happiness. Trillion and civics. What is the latest style in Maya Empire? It is a question I hear daily. They appear to be ahead of us by several civics, and people are starting to take notice. Perhaps some more culture output is in order. Well, damn. Turn the corner and all of a sudden there's an army.
The river begins to rise when other rivers diminish, and begins to subside just when other rivers increase. The spoken word conquers all thought. The written word commands it.
Yikes! Didn't even realise that it's the afternoon already. That's another thing about playing these games is that once you're in the zone, you don't notice the time flying by. Okay, so haven't had lunch yet, so I think I should go and make something. Be right back. In from school there, so I have to stop the stream. But I'll be back on when once I'm free again. Yeah, maybe I'll play this. I'll either play this again or I'll go back to playing Super Mario Brothers Wonder. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I should actually. You know what? Yeah, I should actually play this again. Like start over again and use the dice and see what happens next time. Just to play it, just for the one day, and then to take advantage of the early access. But I think I should I think I should come back to this game at like a later point when like when everything is updated, like when all the um when there's more leaders and civilizations and more resources and landmarks and stuff like that, because it seems like the game isn't finished. They're like, even with the menus there's like it tells you what, so there's lots of different difficulties, but they change the words of the difficulty modes, so it's hard to know, it's difficult to know like which one is easy, which one is normal, which one is hard. Obviously the deity one is the hardest one, but and so what I'm playing right now is Governor. I think that's normal, but I'm not sure. There's no like little highlight bubble message that tells you what each of the difficulty settings are, or what anything is. Like the way those little bubbles there come up, there's nothing like that on the menus. So I feel like there's I feel like there's parts to the game that is missing, and Civilization VI was the same way when it was released. There was parts that seemed like it was missing, and it wasn't until like years later until the game was like properly finished and actually playable. So yeah, I think I'll give it one more go later, and then tomorrow I'll go back to where I was with Super Mario. I actually looked up Super Mario Brothers Wonder and discovered that I already had the game 1/6 finished. There's only 6 worlds, so yeah, I should be able to get through that one really quickly, and then once Mario is finished, then I'll move on to Zelda. So I think I'll do, I don't think I'll do all of the Zelda games. I think I'll just do the last game in the old style, which is the Minish Cap, and then I'll do the latest Zelda games. So that's the latest Zelda games on the Switch. So that would be what is it, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, that new one, Echoes of Wisdom or something, and then there was the port from the Wii. What was it called? Skyward Sword. Yeah. So I want to try playing those, and then after Zelda, I believe it's the Final Fantasy series. Okay, so I'm going to stop stream, but I'll be back on later.